Hey, yo, 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 and away we go. And buckle up, folks, because we got a ton of wrestling here coming up here tonight on the AEW Sidecast. I was about to call it the Dynamite Sidecast, but we can't because it's not Dynamite tonight, but you know what I mean. Oh, it is going to be a fun night. We got, oh, God. Not even a minute. And we got Stokely out here already. Welcome, everybody. Good to see everybody here tonight. We got, 12 matches? We did end up getting a very last minute change to the card. That I would have to say that based on what Keith Lee mentioned on social media today, I don't blame him for this happening, but unfortunately, the doctors couldn't clear Keith Lee for his match against Swerve Strickland. So, unfortunately, Keith Lee is off the card and he has been replaced with Dustin Rhodes. Which, yes, I know that's going to be our popcorn match of the night. But, you know what? More importantly, more than anything else, it's the health of the wrestlers, it's the health of the athletes that's paramount here. So, I think we're cursed to get this Keith Lee Swerve Strickland match, but we'll probably end up getting it down the line anyway. For those that are wondering, the bar down below here, that's just the countdown to the main card. So if you are watching this on demand, you can set it up so that when the countdown is 0, you can match it up with the main feed if you want to watch along with me again later on as well. So Statlander's gone away from the purple Cobra gym gear into some gold gear tonight. Okay, that's cool. Why did you throw it at his leg? I'd throw it at his face. It would look that much better. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun here. We got Willow Nightingale coming out. Yeah, we got 3 matches on the pre-show here. Are we really going to have this here? I might have to switch over to YouTube to watch this now. This is not going to be pretty. Oh, no, they fixed it up finally. Jesus. So I am watching it on the Fight TV app. So they've been renowned for having their early happenings end up having a lot of delays and a lot of screw ups in the timing and whatnot. But yeah, so yeah, the two biggest pieces of news that have come down over the last 12 hours in relation to the pay-per-view, because there's another one that's not related to the pay-per-view that just, yeah, we could have some big issues here. Keith Lee is out injured, so Dustin Rhodes is going to be taking over Keith's spot against Swerve Strickland, which I'd have to say isn't exactly the best choice in the world, but when you don't have many people around, and you never know, we might end up getting a special surprise here as part of a replacement here for this. And then this is another one of those scuttlebutt points that have come up, and apparently this is Andrade El Idolo's last night in AEW. He made it clear on Wednesday that he no longer wants to be a part of the company, and they're going to let him have it. But as far as I'm concerned, you know what? With the amount of people that we have in AEW right now, if he wants to leave, let him leave. El Idolo on his debut was a great get, but So now with the roster the way it is, there's lots of people that can take his place. It's not a big deal. Hey, McG, how you doing tonight, my friend? Hope you're doing well. But it's great tonight to see here 3 women's matches on the card. I know we've had a lot of talk about women's wrestling in AEW right now after the accusations that have gone down earlier in the day. Won't be a headliner in WWE. He wants to be with Flair. That's understandable. Well, Flair's here. Flair is signed to AEW right now, so if he wants to be with Charlotte, okay, yeah, I get that. And it's funny because Hunter was talking about a former world champion showing up on Raw on Monday for day 1. As soon as this came down, there's a little bit of smoke and fire coming up with that, so it'd be a rather interesting pop to have El Idolo show up here on a Monday after leaving on a Saturday, right? Did I hear Sasha Banks and WWE talks? All right. I was going to save this for a little later on, but I think I'm going to throw this out here right now. Seems to be a couple coincidences that have just come out today. And once again, if you guys haven't checked out MJF's little article in the Players Journal. Sorry, I had to get the right word there. If you didn't check out MJF's article in the Players Journal, I really do think you should. There was one point that MJF made that makes things make a little bit of sense. You know, whenever anything great happens for him, there always seems to be some old-timer issues that show up. And I am getting to this story. It just takes a long run around there. If you're with the Sasha Banks thing, it's rather coincidental that the talk that it's ended has come a day before the AEW pay-per-view, where it could almost be spoiled that she might be showing up tonight. Because if Endeavor's not going to pay Sasha, will Tony? And also, it might take a little bit of the bloom off the rose of the fact that WWE didn't want her at this point. And the other reason I say this is this could possibly be a bit of smoke and mirrors thing going on. This whole report that's come out, and let me be perfectly clear, I do not condone any harassment of women whatsoever. But it seems rather coincidental that CM Punk's favorite reporter, Nick Hausman, reports that Chris Jericho has been having issues backstage with certain wrestlers on in previous shows on the day of a pay-per-view. So once again, MJF gets screwed on one of his highlight days, because the majority of the talk going on today has been about the accusations. And I'll be frank, if they're true, to hell with Jericho. Like, there's been many thoughts about stuff like, I could get it. I could almost, even a quarter of a pass. I never liked the heard through someone else said this, yeah. But it's a thing, like, and ever since Brawl Out, it's almost like every time I hear something coming out of Nick Hausman, like, I'm not going to deny that he's not right. And I'm not going to deny that all this happened. But I am going to say, as soon as I hear that name, it sort of just makes me take a step back and wonder why he's the one giving this out, right? So, and the thing that pisses me off is it takes away from a great card, right? And like right now, even on the pre-show, like I know a lot of people complain that matches like this with Statlander and Willow are on the pre-show rather than on the main show. But a very good point came out, and I agree with it completely. What is the purpose of the pre-show matches? It's not to put lesser matches on there. It's to put good matches on so that people who have not bought the card yet will buy the card. And to me, this is a match that will sell a pay-per-view. This one will. You have the FTW Championship that's going to be coming up with, I believe, Hook and Wheeler Yuta in an FTW match, similar to what they did during the buy-in of All In Wembley. You really didn't say much of anything, though. It was so stuff might have happened. Don't want to say anything, but McGee, I can tell you this. Anything that might have been said, maybe throw a little bit of kindling on it. Imagine the fire that's going to be coming out of it. Simply put, imagine the fire that will be coming out of it. Especially with this IWC who jumps. I wish I was as athletic as the IWC. Because they are willing to jump all over things fast so you can say boo. So, and once again, like I said, it's rather disheartening that a great match like this. Oh, nice move. A sit out front suplex? That is actually... Yeah, these are absolutely two great wrestlers here. Willow and Chris, like I've always had a fascination with what Chris and her character and what she was doing ever since she came into AEW. She's one of those that makes you want to go out and take a look at some more of the work that she's done. And I've had the privilege of being able to meet Willow Nightingale here in Edmonton for a Love Pro show here. I think it was about a year and a half ago. That was a little awkward, but it worked. I only say awkward just because Statlander didn't make it to the other rope. I'm going to assume that Willow's going to win this. No! That's another thing I like about AEW. Their stars can be seen elsewhere. Yeah, like, I will say LPW is right on it when it comes to getting stars like this. Willow Nightingale. I don't think a loss hurts Statlander, to be honest with you. This is meant to be like a friendly competition thing between the two. I'd almost like to see a no finish here and have the other two ladies come out and attack Julia Hart and Sky Blue, or even if just Sky Blue comes out to wreck this. Well, at least we're going to get more fans in here. What typically what the Islanders used to get in the last few years. Stokely's going to be a factor. They haven't done much with that commentary spot. That's the funny part. Ha! I love Nigel. I really do. Stokely's finding a way to play both ways. He's like taking a page straight out of Bobby Heenan in this one. No way. Willow's just too big for that. Yeah, I think out should be a good way to put it. Definitely, I love Nigel. Definitely a glancing blow, aka she missed it completely. Oh! All right, here we go. Oh. Just turned it into a gut wrench. Okay. Okay. You know what I said about trying to sell a pay-per-view? This is very uncharacteristic for these two. Very uncharacteristic for these two. There it is. They were insisting on Willow getting that finish. The biggest thing they're trying to do right now, overall, I would have to say, is getting Willow as the next contender to Athena, and quite possibly get that title off Athena to move her up to the Dynamite or Collision rosters. Wow, Stokely is just... Statlander does not have a good look on her face right now. Like, it almost feels like she got her jaw jacked or something. Oh, we're going to get a Thunder Rosa preview here. I would think. Yep. Oh, no. Serena Deeb? Oh, McGee, feel free to throw it out. That's fine. Because what I think I'm probably going to do here, while we're in between matches here, I'm going to quickly flip over to the YouTube preview, which is probably a little bit faster here. Feel free to spoil all you want. Because, yeah, I got a weird feeling that when it reset... Okay, I'm just coming to the end of the promo right now. So I'm hoping that... I'm hoping that it's not that bad of an issue here coming up tonight. So, but yeah, if you got to spoil, feel free. I don't mind whatsoever. Like I said, we got a great card coming up tonight. Hulk Hogan, yeah, not a chance. But if we go up and down this card here, just look at how many wrestlers that normally don't make these cards are getting on here. And Abaddon's one. Oh my. Did you get a flashing commercial break on your screen? Because I sure as hell am right now. Oh, this is, there it is. Now we're back. I really like to see it happen. I like seeing different people, right? Watching the pay-per-view yeah, like that's what I was on, and then I switched over to YouTube here, and then all of a sudden it went to YouTube. It went to a commercial coming up. So I don't know. I'm never gonna find a right one here. So I'll be watching it on the Fight app here coming up at the top of the hour. So we should be okay once we get there. But what do you guys think here about how they're doing this all-star 8-man tag? It's basically everybody that is not involved in another match but was involved in the Continental Classic. Oh, you didn't hear? If you go check out, I actually retweeted it out. Keith Lee passed along a message here earlier today that he's been nursing an injury ever since the Arthur Ashe show in 2022. So over a year now. And apparently it's flared up to the point where doctors just won't let him go tonight. So they just announced literally at the beginning of the pre-show here that he's not going to make it. So they're going to put Dustin in there with Swerve. So let's face it, it's going to be a popcorn match, basically. It's going to be a decent caliber because Dustin can still go. And Swerve will put a broomstick through a good match. Well, apparently he was having lung issues. Like, that's what kept him out for the longest time when he was in the Fed, right? And then they had COVID, so it just upped the problems with that. So much to speculate, but it's very nice to see Brian Keith out here as part of these 20 people. So the winner of this Battle Royal gets a TNT title shot whenever they want. How fitting would it be for one of these guys to get the winner of the main event here, or the TNT match tonight? Who's winning it? Pfft. I don't even know half the people that are in it. I would love to see Silver win it. Danhausen? I would love to see Danhausen win it. Mainly because I get to use more of my emotes for it. Yeah, if you didn't tell, in the emote section, we do have two Danhausen emotes. Oh, and here comes the rest of Roppongi Vice. So they're using the Roppongi Vice gimmick right now because Chuck Taylor's off injured. Oh, yeah, with Archer in this? Oh, God, yes. Because it's probably going to be one of the guys that they announced already. But, yeah, if they could bring Archer out for this and have him win it. Because, frankly, they're going to have to... they're going to have to switch somebody in here for... Oh, my goodness. So yeah, you're about 15 seconds ahead of me, so I like this. So I can actually see what I'm going to look. It's basically a good moment to just look over and check. What the heck? Oh, Dalton's in here. Oh, and he's still playing up his gimmick. I love it. So, if you didn't see the social medias and the latest couple Ring of Honor shows, when Dalton Castle got eliminated from the Survival of the Fittest match for the TV Championship on Final Battle, he basically went into a depressive phase for a couple weeks. And it even included a promo and a match as well. Oh, and there's Johnny TV, Mundo Nitro, etc. This could actually tell you. I didn't think AEW re-signed the Butcher and the Blade. There's two things about that. Either they didn't sign him, but they could have him here just for a one-night shot, too. Because this is in Long Island, which I don't know the exact math from Buffalo to Long Island, but it can't be that far. Because frankly, Robert Salas should be making the team walk home every time they lose to the Bills. That's a Jets jokes, folks. Sorry, I just... Zing. I try once in a while, but... Yeah, no, if I had to make a pick, I still think Archer would probably be... It's either going to be Archer or... You got to pick a face, too, because just in case. Oh, Taz and Nigel going at it. I love it. So, yeah, if it's going to be a face, it'll... Oh. I'll just keep my mouth shut because I was going to take my pick and it just disappeared. Got to throw one very important point here to some people here. Just reminding everybody that Danhausen is a Saturnian at heart, right? In so many ways. Changing your pick to kill switch, TNT title, Edge and Christian makes sense. Yeah, it would. You could have that whole story behind it. You playing bingo or what? I missed the bingo card, my friend. How you doing, Vic? I haven't had time to come up with a bingo card myself. I know you guys got one going on. I'm doing good. I'm based on the opening match and a few spots here, I'm getting a little scared of what tonight's going to look like, but AEW always puts on a good show, but sucks we're not going to get Keith Lee out here tonight. If you're coming in late, it has been confirmed that Keith Lee won't make the card tonight, and in his place, Dustin Rhodes is going to be taking the spot, so at least we know the spot where we could get back and just recover. And the only other news that I really worry about tonight is the fact that apparently it's Andrade's last night in AEW, and
but I'm better than you. And you know it.
Zodiac, 22 months as a player. How the hell are you doing here tonight? Welcome to the pre-show. Welcome to the 20-man Battle Royal. Welcome to AEW tonight, and thank you. How the hell are you guys doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Like, I know we haven't had the best of news today in AEW, and yeah, it seems to be par for the course that all the mainstreamer news comes out right around pay-per-view time against AEW, but that's more of an IWC thing, I think, personally, but I was talking about that earlier. All right, well, the biggest bad news we got tonight is Keith Lee is not able to compete tonight. So tonight we're getting Swerve Strickland versus Dustin Rhodes as a replacement. This Battle Royal, it is for the next contender for the TNT Championship. Or it's for a guaranteed shot at the TNT Championship. Because Christian got rid of the open challenges, so... Well, if Archer has it... Bounty Hunter! I love Brian Keith. Got a chance to see him up here with Top Talent Pro Wrestling here in Edmonton. And yeah, he is the real deal. Dustin Rhodes is a fine wrestler, but just seems out of place for Swerve. It's the thing that it would have been nice to see Tony Khan book on the fly and break up that 8-man tag. Because Swerve was part of the Continental Classic, so that All-Star matchup, he would have fit in perfectly. Then all you have to do is find one more man to throw in there. You're late. What's this Royal Rumble-esque match? It's a 20-man battle royal during the pre-show here. Winner of this gets a shot at the TNT Championship, which currently is going to be contested by Edge and Christian tonight. By the way, Captain Ed, good to see you here tonight. Always appreciate everybody popping in here. We are really hopping early here tonight. The main card starts in about, 27 minutes, according to my card here. Or according to my countdown. Yeah, Andrade's bailing regardless. Apparently, this is the last night of Andrade in AEW. Which sort of gives away what probably the finish is going to be. And... I've said it before and I'll say it again. Get your liver ready for tomorrow, yeah. It's funny, I haven't had a drink since September and I don't feel bad about it. So yeah, I could almost see it's not an outwardly choice. It's just I haven't. It's nothing I promote because I don't mind drinking one bit. It's just I haven't found a reason to. I've been on here with you guys and enjoyed life that much more. Been a few weeks of no drinks. Everything's good in moderation, guys. That's the best thing to say about it. This has to go by quick here because we still have one more match yet tonight. Got up on Retchotopia. Yeah, you've been doing a good job with that, Captain Ed, having everybody out there. Smoked booze is your new favorite booze? Yeah, I'll have to say this has been a real... You know what? it has been great to see such growth all over the place for podcasts, streams, videos. Like hell, even this year, seeing Andre and Melball explode the way they have. And then, we got the Astra Pizarro shirts that I just literally got in yesterday. Another member of the Backbreaker family. And tonight we got our gaming staff, ironically enough, going for the Real Canadian Wrestling Tag Team Championships at a show here in Edmonton. So I made a mistake, but figure how to smoke properly. It's a game. Nice. Oh, this is amazing with the water. Keep up with the Backbreaker. You know what? I can't take much credit on it. I give the rest of the guys more credit. I just come out here and play games, and without them doing their job, I can't do mine to save my life. So I'll take credit someday. I am starting to I'm starting to edit the videos a little bit differently now, so you guys get a little bit of a highlight to start off the videos. Plus, I got the new intros going. I got to get a new intro for the wrestling one here, which I got a few ideas what I'll be doing with that, but it looks like we're just getting really close to a... we're going to get Killswitch and Archer as the last two. Well, there goes Top Flight. Could you imagine Danhausen coming out of this? But yeah, I got a feeling that Butcher and Blade both are just here for tonight to fill out numbers. It's an extra payday for them, right? No, it's Final Four still. Unless that... Wow! All right, well, this is now Kill Switches to win. Oh my, that was dumb. Trent is great, but he's just... You want to make yourself a heel when you're taking on a heel? That's how you do it. Yeah, this just makes too much sense to make Killswitch the... Trent has his role at the moment, and it's not winning a belt, yeah. All right, that's it. Mail this one in. But yeah, it just makes too much sense to have Killswitch win this. So then what you get is Copeland win the no DQ match tonight. And then Killswitch gets it immediately. And then if then Christian wants his title back. Hey, speaking of the lady and she shows up. Got old Astrid here. Got the shirt on tonight for... There's no way he's going to do a half and half on Killswitch. How are you doing tonight, Astrid? Hope you're doing well. And there goes Trent. So yeah, this almost looks like clockwork on how this is going to happen. Copeland's going to win the no DQ match. Killswitch is going to get the next match to get the title back. Christian's going to expect Killswitch to hand the title off. Killswitch says, screw you. Sick but doing all right? Hey! Not good. Not good to be sick all the time. Will Killswitch ever drop his mask or no? Because everyone remember him from Big Brother? I think he's just got, maybe he's just got a lovable face. I don't know. My opinion here is when you got a guy like Killswitch, you got a gimmick that's this unique. Why would you get rid of it? Because I sure as hell I wouldn't want to do that. So yeah, we got the TNT Championship, we got the World Championship, we got 2 8-person tags. We got the late notice of a Swerve Strickland versus Dustin Rhodes match. We got 2 women's title matches. I love the fact that they're putting Rio in a title match on a pay-per-view. But it's, does anybody here expect Rio to win this? I will say this, and like I was saying at the beginning of the show, and also I was saying on Wednesday, I'm going to say this way too many times. But I got a weird feeling. Anytime all these big announcements come out, there's always a little bit more smoke than... there's some smoke billowing somewhere that we don't know. As much as I was predicting Mercedes to show up at Full Gear, what if she shows up here tonight? And they were trying to downplay it a little bit by putting this announcement out that the talks with WWE have broken down. Because I'll tell you right now, if Mercedes wanted $5 million and WWE said 4 and no, I bet you Tony Khan would have said, well, I'll give you 5. So this is going to be... So we had basically a semi-hardcore match to begin with the Battle Royal, with them using all those weapons, and now we got a hardcore match to finish off the pre-show. Oh, for 5 cents. The package that they sent to YouTube to put out has automatic mandatory commercial breaks in between. So, well, if I'm stuck at a commercial break, I might as well switch over to the Fight app and see if that works now. I love technology. I love technology. Live. Pre-show. Play. Live. Get to see stupid commercial again for the same pay-per-view I just bought. I love technology. But how is... what are you guys' thoughts? What match are you looking forward to the most tonight on this card? I'd almost have to say, for me personally, there's no one match in particular that's drawing me in. It's the culmination of all these storylines that are going to be coming out. Is Eddie Kingston going to defend his championships and gain that Triple Crown he always wanted? Spoiler, yes. Is Joe going to take out MJF? I think so. The 8-man tags are nothing to really pop me here. The women's title matches will be good, but why are we giving him promo time when there's 50 minutes left? Show you the devil? All right. Who's the devil and do they show up tonight? Well, they just got demonetized on YouTube. Using one word there. Sasha Banks is the devil. Hey, I called Britt Baker earlier to be the devil, so... Oh my. You know what's bad when you're comparing yourself to Staten Island of all things? You gotta love the Islanders' horn going off. Wheeler's strongest suit is not his promos yet. But I do have to ask you guys, if you weren't an AEW guy, if you weren't watching if you didn't order the pay-per-view already, would this 0 hour actually make you want to buy the pay-per-view that much more? I'll be honest, I don't know really. Like, as much as I love Statlander and Willow, they had a brutal match tonight. Like, they had a match that would have... If you were a non-fan, no, yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying here. Like, it's a double-edged sword having these 0 hour shows, right? That's why, in many respects, WWE doesn't have them in many ways, or they got rid of them for a while, because the matches were less than inspiring. And yeah, the Battle Royal was okay, but it's a Battle Royal. Like, the main reason Battle Royals came up way back when was just the fact that everybody needed a payday. So basically, they set it up so that everybody gets an overall payday on the pay-per-view just for the fact that they made the pre-show. Like, I know there's going to be some moments tonight that are actually going to treat us to a great match. Now, why are you telling him to get back in the ring? There's no reason for him to. Wheeler is getting out of his environment here doing that, so... I see Hacksaw Jim Duggan's around. With a 2x4 running around and whatnot. So yeah, my prediction here tonight, like it's almost semi-obvious that Adam Cole might be the devil for the whole devil story, but Like I said, I would love for it to be Britt and then have Red Dragon as those two people that came out and won the ROH tag titles with O'Reilly and Fish, and not have Adam know anything about this. So Adam's got to play it up to MJF that I wasn't screwing you. I did not know about this. MJF's not believing him. Britt's acting like like she deserves more spotlight and whatnot, and pissed off at her boyfriend because she wouldn't provide. Oh, okay, that's a nice shot. Like, there's so much you can play off of that. And that very well could be something that I could come up with here. By the way, we do have a special point redemption down in the group there for how Mike would book. If you're interested in seeing some of my booking videos come to life, feel free to contribute to the cause. Once again, it doesn't cost you a dime, just cost you the points. Like Zodiac just threw another 2,000 in there. So where are we at? I haven't even checked since the last time we were on here. About 15,000 right now, so we're on a good roll here. Trying to make up for Wednesday. Hey, you know what? It happens. Taz is taking that look and he's like, yeah, no, we're not going to have any of this tonight. Nice high angle slab there. You can call it a high angle slam, but you can't call it Olympic slam because the Fed's got that name trademarked for some stupid reason. Major drink. Hey, wait, is this for the Pure Championship? Can I just throw this out there for that? I don't think this is very much pure wrestling. No, this is for the FTW Championship that Hook currently holds. Mike the Ref is a Coca-Cola guy, noted. No, it's Mike is a cheap guy. Whatever's on sale. Right now, a flat of Coke was going for $9, while a flat of Pepsi was $12.50. So I decided to go with the one that was on sale this week. I'm not picky. Most of the time, it's generic. People still care for the FTW champ? Not really. Unless Hook's been a lot more on Collision than he's been on Dynamite. I'll be honest, I haven't watched a lot of Collision. Just seen some highlights here and there. Officially a Smoke Manhattan guy. Ooh. Fancy. A smoking guy for sure. Oh, you earned that one, Captain Ed. Let's just throw that out there for you. Once again, everybody, thank you for stopping by. I truly do appreciate it. Nice capture, German, there.
Emotional damage.
Oh, why'd you do that? The emotional damage. Oh. Mainly just because I don't have a smoker, right? And thank you for the contribution to How the Ref Would Book Challenge. Once again, everybody, welcome to the AEW Sidecast here. For those that are new here, I am Mike the Ref, former professional referee, and then...
But I'm better than you. And you know it.
and owner of the Players Club, which Captain Ed just contributed to. You must get a smoker. It's required to be awesome. And It's a little tough with my building, but who knows? Maybe this year I might be looking at changing my residence, and that maybe I'd be able to get one. It's bad enough that my barbecue is a George Foreman grill outside right now. You're already smoking, so you are awesome. Oh. Both a meat smoker and a booze smoker. Well, honestly, like for me, when it comes to drinks, usually the only thing that I have is usually Caesars, and then maybe a beer and clam is my other one. That's about it. I'm not very adventurous when it comes to my drinking. I just don't find a reason for it. Caesars are so good, yeah. Like, but the thing is, like, I'll get some. There's a couple independent breweries that do a good canned Caesar, but I will not get a Smirnoff Caesar. I gotta get a Mott Caesar. If I have to pick between the two, I'll pay the extra bit to get the Motts because the Clamato they use in the Smirnoff ones is less than desirable. When I finally make it your way, I'll make you a famous McG Caesar. Nice. It's going to be interesting to see where everybody is this year, like for everything that's going on. I know I got a few things that I want to put down the pipe here. But for right now, the biggest thing for me is just consistency and just growing on what we've had this year. Laying pipe all night long, laying pipe. It's got us so hot, and that DDT wrecked his head. And I think there's enough to be said. And I'm singing way too much. Sorry, guys. Sorry to ruin your ears. But yeah, as I was mentioning to anybody that's new here that just popped in, retired referee, wrestling commentator. You can check out some of that stuff on our wrestling YouTube channel. And yeah, we do this every Wednesday night for AEW Dynamite. So feel free to stop in there as well. Give us a follow if you aren't following already. What in the world? Oh, God. Two by four versus a hockey stick. Ah, there you go. It's already broke. Ha! Oh, my. Real fiberglass, yeah. We'll go with that. I wonder if they actually understand what the actual story behind the FTW Championship is. Because a lot of people don't realize what the actual origination of the FTW Championship was. It was because Shane Douglas would never defend his championship against Taz. He'd keep ducking him, he'd have an arm injury, and I think he actually did legit have an arm injury, but they sold it a lot longer. They did basically a Bob Orton with it a little bit. So Taz basically created this FTW Championship, which everybody knows it's short for the world. The incredible and the regrettable. That's always great. Just cut in front of a promo. Isn't the ref supposed to stay there to ensure the hold is broken? Not run off and get the belt while the hold is still... It's an FTW championship. It basically, no, you're just there to count the bell and that's it. Also, the refs aren't exactly, There are a couple good ones here, but the rest are still... There's a lot of details that need to be cleaned up with a lot of them, so... As they're right down the main card right now. Just going to switch over to the main show. Once again, everybody, like, as we're about to begin here, I want to say thank you to all of you for stopping by here tonight. I truly do appreciate it. And yeah, if you're interested, feel free to give that follow button if you like what you see. And if you really like what you see, feel free to hit the sub button. All new subs and all gifted subs are 25% off between now and Monday. So for tonight's stream and for Monday's stream, all subs are 25% off. So no obligation whatsoever. Be your sub, you dom. After everything that's been going down on Twitter today, I don't even want to get started on any of those kind of comments today, because yeah, I got a feeling there's been some cancellations wanting to be happening right now. So long story short, and I don't want to explode it any more than it already is, but one of the local one of the community wrestling journalists, which yeah, like if you listen to the airing of grievances, the Festivus episode of Remember the Games expansion pass, which I'm sure half the people in this chat already have. If you haven't, subscribe to Remember the Game. Just saying, on Patreon, but basically most of wrestling media right now, except for a couple sites, are the equivalent of Kotaku. They, as long as they get the story out and get the clicks, it's good to happen. Now, I'm not going to downplay the accusations, because if they're true, they're absolutely horrible. And I think there's a little bit of fire with this smoke that's going out. But it's accused that Chris Jericho harassed Kylie Ray in some sort of way, whether it's sexual or the way that he was talking with her or whatnot, behavior that shouldn't have been happening. And apparently there was NDAs involved and all that stuff. And like I said, if it is true, I'd love to have Chris Jericho off my screen if that's the case. But also at the same respect, you can't... the source that came out is very close to CM Punk, who can't say anything about Brawl Out, but definitely has an axe to grind, apparently. And he's done that in many things that he's mentioned and whatnot. And basically, if somebody accuses somebody of something, they're already guilty 12 times over on the internet, especially on Twitter. So, like I said, one thing about the advantage of being a nothing and a nobody in many ways, like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate all your support, but let's face it, in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to wrestling media, I am nothing compared to some of these bigger guys. But there is one big advantage with that. It's the fact that I don't have to give an answer right now. I don't have to give my opinion about this. I can let things play out and see what happens. Oh, they're doing one of the 8-man tags to open the show. What do you guys think about the new entrance for the pay-per-view tonight? For those that are wondering, I am watching it on the Fight app, so... Yeah, I'm with you here. Where'd it go? There it is. If it's true, Jericho could F off. If it's false, Jericho should chew the balls off it. Yeah, that's basically where... And I think it's going to be more the former than the latter, just because I don't trust most of the people that are old school wrestling right now. So this match here is basically involving everybody who didn't get into the semifinals of the Continental Classic here. So Rush needs a huge singles push. I think he'll get it. Like, let's face it here. Let just call a spade a spade. The fact that Idolo is quote unquote leaving, and I'm pretty sure we'll know for sure in the next few days. If he is truly gone, then we aren't going to have a problem with other guys stepping up, right? Because one thing we've said about AEW at the start is the fact they got a bloated roster. Like, they got a huge roster. And with a huge roster like that, one guy leaves, one guy steps up. It's just straight up and let's go. Sort of like tonight on the pay-per-view, you got Dustin Rhodes stepping up for... You're stepping up. He's stepping up for Keith Lee right now. Now, one of the other things I find it kind of weird that Andrade started this tournament hot, then cooled off quick. My thinking, and this is just like my prediction. Oh. All right, we're bringing up Parker for this one on commentary, which I loved him and Big Show on, or Paul White on AEW Dark Elevation. But going back to Andrade there, I kind of feel like he went to Tony Khan halfway through this draw and said, I'm out. Now, the one thing that surprised me about this match in particular, I'm really surprised that Danielson's in it. Because remember, Thursday, or in North American time, I think it's Wednesday night, overnight, Danielson's going to be in Japan fighting Okada in front of a huge crowd at the Tokyo Dome. Granted, I'm hearing some scuttlebutt that this might be one of the roughest Wrestle Kingdoms in a while, but at the same time, New Japan at its worst really ain't that bad right now. And you want to talk about a sentimental favorite here? Having Jay Briscoe come up. Mark Briscoe. I keep getting screwed up because they still use the old Briscoe Titantron. Or Jumbotron, I guess you don't want to call it Titantron with Titan Towers and whatnot. But, Garcia's another guy hoping to push in 2024. Yeah, like, we could... Basically, anybody that's in this matchup here right now could honestly get a decent push next year. I don't think... Well, it's Danielson's last year, so he'll get his memorial spots, and that's it. I got a feeling his last match is going to be him and McGuinness at All in London, right? Why would you call him the MVP of the Continental Classic? He won one match. I teased it. Then the music cut him off. Wait, I'm fine. Danielson? No, I got an honest feeling his last match in AEW is going to be against Nigel McGuinness. Because that's a fight that they've been looking for forever. Yeah, I know. McGuinness is an absolute great name. Good. Yeah, you throw that mask back on. That's a smile. I thought that was like one of those mask emotes. Oh, and don't forget if you want to use them, feel free. There's a lot of AEW emotes available, especially to our subscribers. So thanks to Manitoba wrestler Jay Walker for doing those up here, but. Yeah, I got a feeling this might actually be a decent match to get the crowd going here a little bit. But this is, like I have to say right now, I'm going to have that as a soundbite so I can... I'm going to have to get a quit saying that soundbite put together here. This card here, there's no real match that you would put on as a header to start the show. I would think if you're going to get these guys moving, maybe, but... A Swiss bull? Oh, good. Lethal at Mark. A little bit of that Kung Pao Kung Fu coming up. Yeah, I hope they do something with the story of Lethal coming out of this. With the fact that Lethal got absolutely zip and pip, while everybody else in the Continental Classic actually got a point. Like Garcia was the lowest one on the blue side, and he even got a win over Brody King, which actually turned out to be a crucial point in that final. So. Yeah, there's a ton of combinations we could use here. The look on White's face as that tag was made, that was awesome. He's like, really? I got to deal with you? So legally on TV, he's not supposed to be able to use the yes chants, right? Or he made that thing to Vince, like he promised he wouldn't do it. Like how they still protected the Blade Runner, the triple threat. Yeah, like I said it on Wednesday, and I'll say it again. I expected Moxley to win that, and I expected White to be the one to take the fall, but they actually did a pretty good job of protecting the Blade Runner and the Death Rider and everything. Speaking of yes, Chads. Nice chops back and forth here. You know, Jay White just needs some time. Like, he got put in a bad position. I will be perfectly blunt on my thinking on this. So, yeah, you definitely are about a minute ahead of us here, McG. But Jay White got put in a very bad situation. Did as about as good a job as he could with it. With the fact that he was put in a position where he was the... I got to feel it. He was the spot where Cole was supposed to be. Because I think they were going to work this whole Devil program and everything into a rematch with Adam Cole, right? The more you drink, the slower you type. It will be, hey, that's a direct correlation that we all expect. It's sort of like that hot crazy matrix for women and for men. So there's certain correlations that always work out. That's a great matrix, absolutely. I'm going to the goal horn. I got to work on making some more. Oh. I loved Garcia's tag there. Oh, and here comes the receipt. Is he actually going to dance? Nope. That tilt-a-whirl slap. Oh my God. That boss man slab is just. Whoa. Yeah, and Jay White is instigating pretty well there. Is this going to be a 2.0 face turn here? Nigel with the line of the night so far. Yeah, there might be somebody around who might find you. Roosh does not have the same hits as Garcia. That's for damn sure there. Tag it, delete. All right. So all these other matches are going to get a lot more time than what was expected off the top of the show. Because I got a feeling that we are not going to get a lot of... Swerve and Dustin, I don't think it's going to go as long as many people think it will. How long till Mox bleeds? I'm surprised he has a bleed to the back already. Yeah, don't put Moxley in a first blood match. He'll think it's a race. Yeah, I hope they got plenty of black gloves available tonight. You know it's a rough card tonight when you... I was just thinking of this. When you have to book 2 8-man tags and it's not a Survivor Series. Like, I would enjoy if you do two 8-man tags, but they're... Like, one's an elimination, one's a straight match. Danny's getting beaten up to no end of ever here. Look at that chest. Starting to turn bright red here at this point. Interesting that Garcia was the one guy they were originally recruiting for Wheeler's spot in the BCC. And Brody's not even looking for a tag there at this point. Oh, McGee, thank you for the tweet out, by the way. I appreciate it. Or the X post, whatever you want to call it. I know that some of us use a different world. There, send a response back for you. You know what? It's fine. Like, I don't care if there's one person, 12 people, or 300 here. Treat you all the same. All with respect, all with kindness. And all the people that love wrestling. If you're here to just crap on a product everywhere, I don't mind you saying something sucks or something doesn't look good. But just don't come in here looking to crap on a product. I've actually blocked one person because of that. I'll never forget it. Then I got some very interesting tweets out of that. So that was very interesting. Or some DMs, I believe is what the kids call them. Well, I appreciate you, McGee. I appreciate all you guys here. Captain N, Zodiac. Everyone here that, just out here having fun and enjoying things. And I hope we can do the same thing here in 2023. Was the same guy Adam blocked? I don't know. I don't think so. This guy was trying to cover wrestling in Ontario, and I'm not having you here. But I did end up blocking a couple guys on the Xbox. That was quick. A super duper plex. I think you just call it a superplex, my friend. There's Brody's tag. He ain't gonna be dragging nobody. They're going to be dragging nobody in that case. All right, now we got some bull action here. Let's go. Yeah, I love Brody King in the ring. Some of the stuff he can pull off. And him and Malachi were just such a great pair together. Tilt-a-whirl uppercut. At least Brody knows how to do the textbook lock the leg block there. Is he actually going to get the suplex off? Oh my God. Even took the time to take the hand off, right? Saw your first Simon Miller gives me a thumbs up side? There you go. There it is. I love Taz. Don't ask questions, just enjoy the match. That was hilarious. That's how you block a pin? Just sit there and do your pose? I don't mind it, don't get me wrong, but you know. Oh, no way. Let's go. And Danielson with the rough landing there. What did Taz say? Awesome tag team work, even though it's not a tag team match. Well, Lethal's here to take a pit, obviously. That's all he does. All right, cameraman, get your acting gear. Again. Whoever's doing this switching on the camera is a complete moron. Oh, now he switched it 2 minutes late. There you go. Oh, please, Brody. Oh, no, Garcia's going to get the pin? Yeah, there it is. Wow. Lethal eats another pin. There it is. Feet cut out 8 points during the match? No, I'm lucky that way. Did yours, Vic? I'm on the Fight TV app, so I'm dancing Danny in my chair. I'll do a little bit of this. I don't try to do too much of that stuff because, you know, I got to save it for later. Got to get that extra energy up for when we're Mr. Strickland's out there, because that might be the most exciting part of the match, to be perfectly honest with you. Garcia Danielson had a stare at. Yeah, I saw it. We've been there, done that already. The whole story behind it is the BCC were trying to recruit Garcia forever. And he decided to go with Jericho instead. All right. How bowling shoe ugly is this match going to be? Does El Idolo play the I don't give a shit card? And could you imagine him just walking out as soon as the bell rings and giving the finger to AEW? Granted, I wouldn't even mind that. It'd be somewhat of a story. Tony Khan, I bet you could use it as a story. Whether he will or not, well. This could turn into a... Makes me wonder if we're going to get a WrestleMania 20 reaction to this match here. I love this entrance here. Just the way everything opens up like that. Miro! Well, I thought Miro was wearing glasses, to be honest, when he came down. Just the bone structure from his eyebrows and whatnot. Daddy Magic ain't doing because he's a... Well, Brody King can say that. I am not going to say that because I value myself a little bit more than that. I value my health. I value my sanity. I value... Even I was like, damn, that's a little hard. Yeah, well, you sort of got to expect a little bit of that, right? Because that's what they were always played up as, a little bit of a joke group, right? The way you make things up is if you can actually turn it into a positive, right? If I was CJ, I'd be wearing some like gloves instead. Granted, it is the right finger to have bandaged up. Yeah, for those that aren't familiar, what happened to from her last match on Collision, or her last Elitolo's last appearance on Collision when Perry was out there. Perry apparently got an infection from there, and it went literally up her arm. So is Miro gonna just squash him? Yeah, it looked horrible. Is Andrade literally not going to get a single move in here? That's the only question I have here as we go along. Only got one. And two. 3. Okay, maybe it's getting a little better. Okay. Well, that's how you stop a dive. Figure 8. Figure 8. Come on. I know TK hates the WWE, but I think he respects the wrestlers enough not to have a squash match. If he wants to leave the way that he does, I don't know for sure. Because, you know what, as much as you say, you know, he wants to leave the right way and wants to leave on his own terms and, you know, wants to be mutually good, makes me wonder about that fight he had with Sammy Guevara in the back. Do you want this finger? There's so many stories that could go from there about this couple with that. I love how commentary just went dead silent for a minute. Like, what do we say here? Yeah, so I love the story behind this. It's the fact that Miro's the dominating man. It's basically everything everybody in the 80s hated about real wrestling. It's almost Macho Man Elizabeth in a way. You know, without actually physically locking somebody up in a room and whatnot. Oh my God. Folks. Sorry to interrupt with something non-wrestling related. The Toronto Raptors have helped the Detroit Pistons avoid history. The Detroit Pistons are officially tied for the worst record ever in NBA history, as they have beaten the Toronto Raptors by 2. The NBA season has officially gone into FML mode for me. Ugh. I know that the Raptors traded for 3 players, so they were shorthanded, but yeah. I love the caption on the Score app. Pistons actually win a game. How do I put this? That whole Raptors team needs to be blown up 6 ways from sideways, but that's beside the point. Wow! You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Elitalo just shoved Miro, and Miro did the don't show it again. You know when somebody in the NBA just taps you, and next thing you know, you're 16 feet down the court? That's just what happened with Miro there. The funny thing is, we're not even a quarter way into the pay-per-view yet. But when it comes to El Idolo here, there might be a way it changes mind, but I don't even know if they want to at this point. There are some rumors that this former world champion that Triple H has been talking about could very well be Andrade, right? It would make a lot of sense why he can't talk about it, but if he gets out of his contract tonight, because I don't know, heard rumors at Shamrock, which would be weird. Here's the thing, is Shamrock a draw? That's the question. If you're back in the, like, don't get me wrong, Shamrock for the Rumble would be great. But for day one, like just a regular Raw? Could be Shamrock, could be, I heard some talk about Batista, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I think the biggest impact to show up at that show would be a guy like El Idolo. Just for the fact that everybody be scuttlebutting about how AEW is doomed. Which, let's face it, El Idolo is basically an under character. Would be nice to see Big E back? Absolutely. If they could clear him up. Like, it makes me wonder with all these free agents, how many are up and available next year, and how many are going to get delayed because of injury? Like, from what I hear, there's a possibility of the entire New Day being off. But all of them have been injured, so they could get time thrown onto their contracts that could possibly lead them into 2025 as well. Makes you wonder if McIntyre's been re-signed. Dragon screw through the ropes. That's actually pretty cool there. Normally you're seeing that the other way, right? Miro just literally just bounced right back up. That flexing on Andrade just looked gross. Gross in a good way, I think, is the best way to put it. Andrade built it like a damn triangle when he's flexing. At least he does better than his wife. With all due respect, all best wishes to Charlotte Flair in her recovery. Oh my, like, it's gotta be interesting to see that nice. And CJ literally just twitching after that missed pin. I love the fact that Andrade hit that second one without even thinking. Machka kick. Come on, it's time for game over. Let's go. At least the crowd managed to tune it in time to get the game over in. Yeah, it's going to be it. I think that's the first time I've seen that broken. CG Flair with the woo. Could you imagine Charlotte walking out here right now? CJ calling Miro an asshole right on live. It's like you're not used to hearing on live pay-per-view. Okay. That was a nice back elbow. Thought he was going for a kick, but this crowd doesn't think anything right now. Is it just me, or is the crowd either mic'd up poorly or really quiet? I don't know. For me, it just feels like the crowd is just dead silent right now. AEW mics their crowds weird at most events. Even this one's a lot quieter than normal. Bridge out. Figure eight. Let's go. There it is. Here it comes. He can't do it. He tried to do his wife's move and he couldn't do it. Or is he older reversing again? All right, try number two. There it is. Yeah, here comes the... Well, if he's out of the company, then... They got to do something with CJ, right? Machka kick. 1, 2, 3. No! Crowd picked up after that. Well, it's because they know that Idolo's out, like he's leaving. And there's a tap. I honestly think they had to pivot. But you gotta think, going into this match, a lot of these people are smart. And I mean smart as in they actually read the dirt sheets. Easily go with the CJ1 and Miro to see how he needs her. So it's ironic Captain Ed was talking about Dom and Sub. This very well could be a Dom and Sub situation here. Miro undefeated. McPucci needs to be. All right, you have yourself. Oh. We're doing the AEW women's title first? I thought we'd do the TBS title first, but. One of the greatest gimmicks ever created in the 2020s. I'd be very confident of that when it comes to Tony Storm here. I was both mad and humiliated. Okay. But I was saying this on the pre-show here. I'm glad that they got Rio in here just as, somebody different in part of this, but I don't think anybody here expects her to win. And that's why I think this crowd might be a little mute on a lot of these things, because a lot of them are very straightforward on who's going to win. Probably the biggest storylines I'm looking at throughout the rest of this card in terms of who's going to come out here. What's the reception to Jericho going to be here tonight? Most of the results to me are very straightforward. Maybe the no DQ match for the most part, but I think I already booked that after the Battle Royal on the pre-show. Wait, Rio has the edge in mental? I think Rio's just played old mental. But it's great to see Luther get a job here at AEW that actually gets him on TV for once, instead of being a psycho deathmatch expertise on in a promotion that can't have deathmatch wrestling. Sorry, throwing some extra shade on a few things here that are popping in earlier. But even look at Tony here. She's wearing the old one arm singlet. I will still say this. I just got a weird feeling that something's got to pop here. But the fact this is going on so early, too. Because you need to get if you're going to get a surprise like, maybe like the Devil reveal tonight or whatnot, you'd have a big surprise early, then you let the crowd breathe for a while. Oh, Oh, a little pat on the head. Aren't you cute? Even Tony, when she's doing her body slams, it's like old school. Take your time, spread everything out, go over. Is she trying to do like Andre the Giant or something? I don't know. Knee to the face. I love how Tony can do whatever she wants. Her gimmick is the best gimmick ever. The fact that Tony decided to reinvent herself. And now she's just doing basic wrestling maneuvers. That's the funny part. Mari listening to the fervor that the finish to Miro and Andrade didn't make sense for most people. Oh, they went to black and white for the pose. Let's just be careful, not go into totally stupid mode with that. We also haven't seen Mariah May here yet, so we'll probably see her interject herself in this match somewhere. I'm actually surprised. They're talking about how great this crowd is, so yeah, it must be the way it's mic'd up. Well, I see a lot of people sitting on their heads. But you can see that Nigel and, or sorry, did they rotate out? Yeah, so they took Nigel out for Tony here, which makes sense. But it's actually funny because Tony and Taz are trying to, AK kill for time here. They're describing the area. They're describing the history and the fact that how long they've been there. I love the double bicep pose when you don't have any definition. The best person to ever do that for me was Earthquake. If you ever remember the old Earthquake, John Tenta, he would always do a body slam, then do the pose without actually having anything on the pose. And it was just such a heat magnet for so many things. Look at that torque she's getting though on this Boston crab or this single leg crab here. And of course, Luther's in the way of the camera again. Oh, you gotta love the double teamwork. A little inventive, I would say. Used that a couple times, but I would have threw him out of the building personally, but that's just me. So they got 1 second with the bad camera here. Okay. I love how they're not going to ever say Fabulous Moolah or anything like that. But look at that torque, seriously. Tess says Tony has the size advantage. Yeah, like. Oh, yeah, here we go. Luther has been exasperated from the arena. Luther's face was great there. But it's funny, Vic, I don't know if you noticed this, but she's wearing like the Andre singlet for this match too. I found that pretty funny. I don't know if that's directly related or not, but all right, that was Miro jumping into the announce table. Dials it up. You can see the experience of Tony working in Japan as long as she has. It was ugly, but it worked. Now I appreciate how Tony actually rolled to her left or to her right. Wrestlers are always been told to roll to their left when they get up. Tony just wanted to get out of the cover. Like, that's what you're supposed to be, right? That missed. Nice catch, Tony. I gotta say, things tonight, there's been some stuff that's been great, but there's been a lot of misses tonight. Cameraman's been doing an okay job trying to cover him up, but there's a few that just, ugh. Peter! Like, literally, that ass is sitting there to be pinned. Yes, I know that's horrible, and I'm going to get trouble for that, but just the way she was moved there, like, what else are you supposed to say? And here comes the hip. You would think with the padding, it wouldn't be that... Oh, there we go. I don't think Rio kicked out. She just stuck her arm up. That's where that size advantage would come in. I don't know how anyone kicked out of that last one. That was close. I just don't. Getting serious connect issues with Bleacher Bet? Like I said, I go with Fight TV myself. The hell was that move? Besides impressive? Like, that was sort of like a backbreaker into a DDT. Oh, here comes Mariah. No, this will be a bucket on your head because this will be your debut. Rose petals, confetti, whatever you want to call it. Taz is that type of guy who would love rose petals. So yes, we finally get to see Mariah May in the ring on Wednesday. Can't wait to see who she's going to be going up against. I'm glad that Excalibur put that pause after who is hotter on that statement, so Orange Cassidy's the greatest champion ever. You know what? That, as strange as that sounds, that actually could be true. All right, so we got Mariah May's debut, and we got Orange Cassidy versus Dante Martin, which will be an absolute banger. I'll guarantee that. Orange Cassidy's always been. He defended his title more this week than Roman has all year. Oh, wait. Here we go. Hold on. Here it comes. As promised, that's what you get here. Oh yeah, don't forget the little bit of that too. Oh, that's my workout for the day. Thank you, everybody. Swerve's got to be pissed. He had He's gone from Hangman. He's almost on the way to the title. Now he's got dusted, which it'll be a decent match, but I don't expect anything special out of it, to be honest. Like, the dichotomy of this picture is just amazing right now. Watching Nana dance back and forth behind Swerve. So this crowd will treat it okay. They'll try and give it a respect it deserves, but okay, well, at least they got some story behind this. Two Texas boys looking to go at it here. Well, the only reason I say Texas for Swerve is the fact that he's done a lot of great wrestling out in Texas. Oh yeah, this ain't even going to be a match. This could be an obliteration. I don't know, I miss Goldust. Yeah! I don't know, there might be a possibility you might see Goldust again. Like we said, this big race of 2024, there's going to be a lot of names that are going to be up for free agency, both on the WWE and the AEW side. So he's just going to, they're not even going to have a match. It's pretty bad with this crowd cheering for it. This is how you ramp up a feud with Keith Lee. If you're not going to be here, maybe Dusty will bring back. Have you heard stories about that, McG? Because frankly, anytime anybody brings up Seven to Dustin, he will literally send you away. He will not deal with you at all. Because that was in the darkest part of his life. And he was not interested whatsoever. Wait a second. Is this where we get Hangman? No, Dustin. No. Are they seriously going to try and do this? You got a broken ankle. Like, this is going to be like. Wasting my damn time. All right, this should take all of 2 minutes here. They're trying to build some hype for this match, but I don't think there's going to be any reason to. Just trying to kill time right now. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, this is a popcorn match. Like, we have 9 matches on this card, and I got a feeling the main event's going to be just as many smoke and mirrors as this one is. Because let's face it, he's got a torn labrum. MJF's got a torn labrum. We're not going to see a whole lot out of him. Yeah, this crowd almost feels awkward to watch this right now. Because many people are in favor of... Oh, and here comes the dancing. And the respecting the number 1. It's so funny. Dustin's trying to rally these fans, and their fans are like, all they're doing is cheering for Swerve right now. Like, no, there's no way you're doing this, sir. At least his right hands are going. Well, he was on top for a second. No way. Nope, this ain't happening. All right, so, oh, here we go. Maybe we'll get a spot here that'll, wake people up here today. Well, there's this one pin for tonight. So, quick question for you, everyone here. What are you guys looking forward to most this year? Whether it be wrestling, whether it be gaming, coming up in 2024 here. Because there's a lot of good things coming up. Like I found out today, they're doing a Transformers prequel. And I mean an animated Transformers prequel from the G1. Canadian Destroyer out of nowhere! That was pretty awesome right there. Fall 2024, I'm going to begin my game development program at Algonquin. Loving to hear that. So we're going to see the second version of the Remember the Game video game come out. I'd have to say one of the... You never know. I love Taz. Yam bag Yahtzee City, an exact quote. Words I never thought I'd hear in 2023. Crossroads. Crossroads. Prefer to see the adventures of Captain Ed and McGee? I'd buy that game. One thing I will say, that one of the cute things that I had happen this year, and I'll probably post it coming up here maybe on Monday or so. The fact that I got myself immortalized in 2 different animated figures. Like, the logo for the stream is brand new. Thanks to Seal Valkyrie for presenting that for us here. But also, in doing so, that first Remember the Game, I actually got myself immortalized in 8-bit. So, I got to find a way to put that somewhere here. Stretch muffler now. Sprays doesn't punch him in the nuts while the referee's facing the other way. No, he's holding his left shoulder. Like, pretty much half the AEW roster has KT tape on him right now. At least they're trying to get something out of this. Oh my, they didn't censor that out. No. They don't censor anything on these pay-per-views. Ha! Now I see what you're talking about. Yeah, no, they don't censor anything out. Oh! That's how you censor that out, his old way. Oh, kick to the back of the head here. And a second one. They're going to give a concussion program here. That's the weird thing. The crowd is so behind Swerve. You got, well, truth be known, Dustin is Keith Lee's tag team partner. So that's where this setup somewhat makes sense, but ow. All right, this one's going to be done now. Britt's Nada needs his own show. Yeah, well, Should go back and see some of his older stuff. Like he's done like this is a real change for him. He only enjoys the wins because he gets to dance through the whole thing, right? All right, you got a good 10-minute time killer here. Did you guys hear what he said? Tony Khan, don't waste my time. McGee isn't nut. He has a rubber butt, and every time he turns around, he goes putt putt. McGee, you're getting called out here tonight. You're gonna take those smoked Manhattans lightly on that? Got him. Just late. How you doing tonight, Makeshift, by the way? I hope you're doing well. Listen, just because it's true doesn't mean you need to say it. Oh, God. Now we get to see what... Let's see how the internet does. Let's see how the live reaction is to the internet on this one. Because now the Kenny Omega's out, Chris Jericho's on his own. Now he's got Sammy Guevara back. It's going to be, yeah. It's going to be interesting to say the least what the reaction is here. Frankly, I would love the fact that this crowd would boo Jericho out of the building. Because I got a feeling Jericho's not going to be around too much longer anyway. He's probably got some Fozzy stuff to do. Because I don't even know, like, he'll get the hometown pops in Canada, but... I do love the fact that they are actually bringing some Collision stars to work over on Dynamite every once in a while, too. They have tried to segregate him as much as possible, but... Yeah, I can see what you're saying here, McG. His face is saying a lot, like... This has been fun, guys. I didn't see that side, but I can't wait till it pops up on my screen. World's NDA, Jerry go away. Yeah, I got a feeling tonight might be the last night here. Like, everybody loves singing the song and everybody loves getting into that, but... World's Ending, I guarantee you halfway through this match, that's going away. Uh-oh. No, do you guys notice something there on commentary? They accidentally hit the button to to talk to the back without, you know. Interesting that everybody's entrance here is not their typical Jumbotron entrance. Somebody get the paint away from Darby. Looks like he spilled some gray paint on himself there. And he's not riding the skateboard tonight. I guess when you're about to climb Mount Everest, you don't want to risk too much by riding a skateboard, right? (24-0) in Sting and Darby matches. That's a hell of a record at gotta let Shivani get his stuff in. But I could see Darby's got to be heading out soon. But yeah, Sting's always been on pay-per-view with Darby, and it's a little painful at times just to watch Sting do a couple things, but so you think it's a little weird that they were supposed to have that tag match with Omega and Jericho taking on Starks and Starks and Bill, but now that all of a sudden Omega can't make it, they just can't substitute Guevara in? My other prediction here, in terms of storyline building, oh God. He still has Ospreay in the painting. He hasn't been officially outed of the group. Listen to that crowd. You gotta love it. This whole crowd is like, yeah, no, we'll sing Judas, but we're gonna fire Callis. But it's also that interdimensional little break here you got between figuring out whether that's go away heat or just plain old heat on him, right? Takeshita no selling Guevara. That's great. Yeah, you got to admit, for all the crap that we're talking about here when it comes to the storyline with Callis and Takeshita might be one of the most underrated stars for the year, right? Ah, here we go. Now the juice is done. This is like Jericho even knows, like, let's get out of this as quick as possible. Like the one thing that confuses me about this whole thing, and I'm speculating out of my ass here, so please forgive me. I'm not the most good-looking guy in the world, and I'm far from it. I'll be the first to admit that. But does Jericho seriously think he has a chance with a bunch? Nice. Starks just did not want to deal with Jericho. Didn't want to work with him. Didn't want to do anything with him. And I love it. I don't like the fact that, professionalism in the ring and all, but I got a feeling you're really not going to want Jericho in this match for too long. Now the crowd can wrap up back again. Very nice, Darby. Uh-oh. Wow, that's a way to break out of that chaos theory. Very nice way to break out of a... Uh-oh. Surprised they don't call it a cold blue because it's an AEW. Sky Blue's finisher. I'd just go cough and drop on Don. You get the biggest pop in the universe over there. I love it. Ow. And Darby got the... If you didn't see, the left foot got right on Darby's back. That had to hurt. No, it didn't. That's just a hell of a sell. Good job, Darby. What am I saying? He's trying to sell the fact that he got flown onto the ring apron from 10 feet in the air. So I know, McGee, you said you're going to the London show that's coming up. Anybody else here in the chat get into AEW shows coming up in the future here? I'm still waiting to get my tickets for the Edmonton show just because, well, frankly, I expect them to go on sale a little bit more. I'll take the risk that I have to pay a little bit more expensive ticket for the show, but But I do love the fact that it's a little treat for us backbreaker fellas here, fellas and lady. Myself, Andre, Mel, Jules and Crowder, everybody from the local gang here. We get the one of the theater boxes, the Sky Suites, for the LPW night at the Edmonton Oil Kings here, the local hockey team. They're doing actually a wrestling card on the side in between. Okay. Darby just got swung right into the friggin' next row. If that was a video game, he would have got yeeted out of the ring, guaranteed. Still impressive how Keith Lee was managed to do that to a man all by himself. Don't ever mock a wrestler in a match with one of their finishers. Or signatures, for that matter. I was like, no, you get over here and tag me in. Totally forgot about Hobbs and Stark's past. Yeah, that was rough with Team Taz. They were trying to talk about it a little bit off the start, but they were trying to talk about it more as them being a team rather than going against each other after the whole Brian Cage mishap. There it is. Everybody just loves Sting, that's all, because he's just a legit guy. Like, maybe that's... a yam bag ride. Jericho, do yourself a favor. Get the hell out of there. Oh, Jericho, he's trying, but he's failing, and I don't know. So it just feels weird right now about this whole thing. With all due respect, for what I think in this case, Tony Khan left Chris Jericho in this matchup because he didn't want to give the fans the credit for this. But they have no plans for Jericho after this outside of the tag match with Omega. And Lord knows if we're ever going to see Omega again, let alone when. You gotta love the extra dance in there, right? Okay, that was a flapjack that just flopped. Like I said, tonight's been a weird night. There's been a lot of, I would have to say, in terms of the quality of wrestling, like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind a botch here or two, but right now it's just, maybe it's just me, but I'm just not feeling it. In so many ways here. Like, I'm expecting it to get better as we go along here. Because we still got We got the TNT match. We got the TBS match. We got the world title match. So I'm trying to think what other match we got. Nice throwdown. Yeah, I think we only got 4 more matches left, so. Ha! I love it. What is this? Like, that was weird. And this crowd just ain't having it whatsoever right now. And Hobbs is getting over for the oh my. Can't call it the world's strongest slam, but you got to call it the worst, most dangerous. All right. Modifying some extra rules here. Jesus! Sack of potatoes drop there. Oh no. Thanks to Takeshita, just launch everybody. Oh God. That was supposed to be what happened before. Don Callis with a bat. Seriously. I don't think you care about disqualification at this point. Now there's a fire Callis, and now... This is like... Even Aubrey's sitting there like, what the hell? There's a counter. This has just been, wow, like... Jesus! Starks hit it perfectly there. Man, this Starks kid, you know, he's another one of those guys that's just going to do it next year. Whether it's here or whether it's at the Fed, it don't matter to... It's one thing you got to realize here. I don't care where they make it, as long as they make it. Because if you're going to see somebody wrestling really well, I just want to see him wrestle really well. Okay, they'll cheer for Guevara getting the pin. This is awkward as hell. This match was awkward as hell. Sting isn't going to shake his hand, is he? At least they're cheering and saying, thank you, Sting, yeah. At least you don't have to have Darby show up on a microphone and say, all right, yeah, you're right, McG. I'm glad you pointed that out. Everybody's giving the flowers to Sting as they deserve. Yeah, it's a good moment to end this match on. You know, Jericho's right out of the ring right now. And Sting still got his undefeated streak going with Darby. So who do you think's going to be Sting's last opponent on March 3rd? I think the obvious choice would be Darby. It just makes way too much sense for that. Because I was going to say, if you're going to do it, don't let it be... some people actually said Flair for a second, and I'm like, what the hell are you guys thinking? It's Vlad! It's Vlad! If you didn't know Vlad is the super fan that was pretty much in every wrestling show on pay-per-view for years. And I think it was WWE that did the promo on him. One of the most improved, well, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest improvement in AEW this year has been the women's division. Not necessarily the booking, but the talent. Because when you're looking at it, the talent, and I was saying this last year, why everybody was complaining that there wasn't enough women's matches on TV, but the level of consistency that they needed for their ability just wasn't there the way it should have been. But now they're getting to the point like Britt Baker tweeted a gif of her stopping Storm. Hey. Biting is allowed. That's the stipulation tonight. I love the fact that they have this weird you pick your own stipulation thing. They made it different than any other women's championship right now. But yeah, I could see Britt doing that. I want to see Britt get back into things. Because I know Britt's been having some back problems as well, so. Can I say this is exactly what it looks like when you're, you got Bray Wyatt's entrance, like his entrance and taking your own flair on it, your own little twist on it, your own little turn on it. It's exactly what I see here, and my God, Julia, for her character, may have the best entrance in AEW. And just the level of confidence, like they just said, the level of confidence they have that she has in herself right now. Like 12 months ago, you would not have thought you would get her in this position. I really do hope they have a good match here because I know that Statlander and Willow during the pre-show wasn't exactly the best. Storm and Riho was okay. It's what the first time we figured out whether there was some bad there's bad miking in the building. Interesting how Julia's now gone to all red now that she's champion. Or maybe marriage does something to you like that. It's tough to watch her when she was the varsity. But yeah, like, she even knew that gimmick was limited. Like, she's done interviews and just simply said, yeah, that just wasn't me. I love this crowd. This is spooky. Out of nowhere! Out of nowhere! You know what? This might be one of those underrated matches that gets this crowd back. Because I know everybody loves Julia. And loves what Julia's done. And Abaddon's really, she's really showed up as well, so. Another charge in. I still can't figure out why she wouldn't start biting instead. It's an interesting, like, that's the exact point here. What do you do when you're a goth girl who's dealing with somebody that's a goth girl? Like, Abaddon's never, she hasn't faced anybody yet like this. Oh, come on, two goth girls win it. Somebody wins it with a crucifix bomb? Come on, that should work. This is just okay. Welcome back, chat, once again. This is spooky. And that's the one thing about this crowd that's telling you right now. It's the fact that they want to be in this. Like, you can tell a crowd that just cheers generically or boos generically and once in a while just doesn't really get into it. This crowd wants to get into this match. The smile on Julia's face, like, and the other thing is they've gone with the ROH rules here for the TBS title. The 20 count on the outside. And yeah, if you came in late, the extra stipulation on this match is the fact that biting is allowed, which is weird, but I'm sure they're going to have a spot about that. Let's get spooky. What I'm thinking is Julia Hart's going to get her finisher in there, the Heartless, and Abaddon's going to bite the fingers to get out of it, so. I'd have to say this is probably one of my more enjoyable matches of the card here tonight. And once again, just a shot across the throat here again. Oh, that's right. There's no rope breaks either, so this is legal. Wow. That hurt. That had to hurt. One shot and down. Keep bringing up that kinesio tape for everybody. One of these days, a wrestler's going to come out completely covered in that stuff. You gotta love when biting's allowed in a match, right? Once again, it's an interesting way to change things up, and I do like the fact that they've changed these rules up for it. I used kid tape for a while, didn't help. Yeah, I get you. Lung blower. No more calling it a code breaker. You got to admit, Aubrey, knowing the pace of the match is got to be appreciating the pace of this match because she's had to work back to back because she always works the Jericho matches. So Yep. That came down fast. In terms of myself, I use a brace on my left knee right now because I hyperextended it a couple weeks ago, and it just, like, even right now, it hurts once in a while to move it side to side. There's no rope break, so that was a great reversal. Even though it was out of a hair pull, it still worked. Nice. I have to admit, this is probably one of my favorite matches so far for the fact that it's been relatively clean here. Like every other match tonight, we've had a little bit of a malfunction, I think is the best way to put it. Just a little bit of awkwardness throughout the whole thing. Like the match before this, the awkwardness was just thanks to everything that happened earlier today. And even Miro and Idolo was okay, but gotta love the biting. Gotta love the biting. Uh-oh. There's Sky. And Sky just scoots underneath the ring. There's got to be something else coming up here, though. Why isn't Thunder Rosa coming out again? I'd almost be surprised if she's not here tonight. Or Thunder Rosa will come out after. The other thing I could say is maybe it's because the setup of the stadium's a little bit different. And as we discussed before, everybody that comes out for a run-in, they have to hit this emergency button on their way out, so it indicates that their music has to be played. Because nobody's allowed to run out unless their music's playing, right? So if the ring setup's different and they can't hit the button, well, this will be academic now. I would love to see it not be, but it was close. You know what? I'm going to give Julie the benefit of the doubt on that one. The camera work was okay on it. Who's next? Do you put a Thunder Rosa already in there? You could do a Thunder Rosa, or else maybe even the whole Willow Nightingale story, even though they're probably looking at her for ROH. Watch Mercedes come out right now. Nah, you know what? Give it a little bit of time to breathe. We got the beginning of the year going on right now. The next pay-per-view is in 2 months. Of course, she's going to have to defend her title before that, but I would almost say probably the most opportune thing would be to put Thunder Rosa in there and let her work with Julia. That would be a lot of fun. All right. Christian and Adam. So while we got the promo going on here, let me throw out my prediction once again for my long-term booking here, and I'll give you the Coles notes because once again, down in the points redemption area, there is a how the ref would book storyline mode. So if you're interested in seeing some of my how would I book videos, I want you guys to throw your points in there and let me know what you think. Long story short, I think Copeland wins this. Luchasaurus wins it off Copeland. And then both Wayne and Luchasaurus turn on Christian. And Copeland gets this heartfelt makeup with Christian. And at Revolution, Christian and Copeland end up winning the AEW Tag Team Championships. I originally thought it was going to be against the Golden Jets, but once again, one of Tony Khan's biggest faults is going to have to be fixed here. And it's going to have to be booking on the fly at this point on that. Copeland wins, kill switch has something to do with it. Christian makes dead father jokes. Meh. Vowed to avenge loss to Christian Cage from the last 24 days ago. No way. He brought back the WrestleMania 22 gear? I was just listening to the Attitude Era podcast in the truck today. If you guys like the old school Attitude Era, WCW, WWE, and you haven't listened to the Attitude Era podcast, all 5 seasons are just fantastic. Right now, they're doing the 2006 run. Mostly of Raw, I do believe, but they had just did Unforgiven. That was held in Toronto. That was the infamous Cena versus Edge TLC match. Does Beth come down and beat up Nick Wade's mom? I don't think so. I honestly don't think Nick Wade's mom gets involved a whole lot. I think what she did with the title is about as much as she'll get involved, period. I think you save Beth for a lot more opportune moment. Because I think seeing Beth beat up an untrained wrestler who's a mother, it just, I don't know. Because I don't think Nick Wade's mom can take a glab slam, so wait till they get somebody in the group who can. Copeland taking the beer. Love seeing Edge and Christian back together. Predict they'll be friends by the end of 2020. I predict they'll be friends within 3 months. Adam's got that Mania tire, yeah. Not into this whole AEW stuff is fair enough. I get you. I get you, Captain Ed. I appreciate it. I appreciate you checking out the show, though. The thing about Adam and Chris. Yeah, I love it. Like, I think I had it once. But it reminds me of Bailey and Cole, what they just did there. You have fancy pants. Those fancy pants with holes in the butt. Well, right now I'm wearing jogging pants, to be perfectly honest with you, so. I liked wrestling. I just lost interest after the Attitude Era and finally when CM Punk left WWE the first time. I'll be perfectly honest. Oh, there'll be a TLC in the future of this, I do believe. Hole right next to your house wood? Ooh. Captain Ed, if you wanted to get into wrestling, I would highly recommend AEW. This is... I'll have to say it. I think McGee can sort of agree with me. This has been a good show for them, but it hasn't been like that A+ show that you would think of. Leave my household alone. Ooh. Here we go, crowd brawl. And I guess you do a crowd brawl this one because it's one-on-one. And the fact that you can actually show that you have a sold-out crowd tonight. I'd still like to know what the definition of sold out is for them. Because I don't know if they sold out both levels of this building. You can only sell 300 tickets and call it a sellout if that's all your availability to sell. Why is Nick Wade trying to get involved? Oh, here we go. Dive time. Jeff Hardy, eat your heart out because you can't do this anymore. The guy was trying to put his sign out there. Nice. AEW lets the wrestlers have a little more freedom than WWE, so you get some real good promo. You get some real good ones, and then you get the Wheeler Yuta promo during the pre-show. You do have to put up with some bad ones every once in a while, but for the most part, most of the wrestlers that are getting promo time are actually really good promos. Freedom is what made the Attitude Era so good. Yeah, like, this new product, AEW, the reason why I watch this, and like the reason I have my Sidecast on every Dynamite on every Wednesday, besides the fact that it's on TSN and not subscription, is the wrestling that they have here is a little bit more genuine, I find. It is a little harder hitting, it is a little bloodier, and they do get more injuries. No, let's not even sugarcoat it. The injury rate at AEW is absolutely atrocious compared to WWE. But it's high risk, high reward. Kid, get out of the way. There was a little 5-year-old hanging over the rail and Copeland just waving out, get out of the way, kid. I hate this. You still got it. He never lost it. Well, he lost 9 years due to injury, but you know. AEW has a little bit of everything. Yeah, like it is that typical variety dish that you're going to get. It reminds me a lot of ECW in many ways with a budget. You have a lot of great stuff. You got a lot of hardcore stuff. You got a lot of you got your Southern wrestling with your champion. Like if you like the old WWF style of the 80s and whatnot, MJF works a lot of matches that way. And into the ring post, so that's where it changes. WWF style, which is 5 but get more. Exactly. Like, one thing about WWE, and like I said, they put on some great matches. Like Manias, you can't argue with. But the thing is, the formula for a Mania match is pretty much predictable throughout the entire thing. You like the callback on that move? Because Christian got his head caught down there and Copeland was going to jam him with it. And he missed. But Christian did miss. You can tell that the crowd is really into this right now. Nice try, Excalibur. That's been there for a while. Oh, here we go. Little bongo drum action. These two are going to beat the holy hell out of each other. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Ha! Christian using the language. You gotta love the slobber coming out of Copeland there. A little more realistic. They're admitting Nigel's correct. That's not a good thing. He's gonna try break it. Oh, why are you, Nigel? Mama Wayne is behind, not in front. You dumbass. They, oh, there's 2 chairs. Is he actually going to try the concerto? Mama Wayne had way too much surgery on her face. Oh, the double bicep. Well, he's got at least some definition. I don't know if she had surgery on it. Maybe she just had some balloons on it. Please do not show a close-up on that chair on the back of the neck. Do we have to see Kill Switch come down soon? That's the question. I would assume you do, but maybe not. Maybe he shows up after the match. Because everybody gets their glory spot when Copeland wins, right? Chase the Wades away. Why is he... What metal rod does he have? What, is it like a screwdriver blade without the handle? Right over the head. That was part of the chair. I think so. That's Adam's favorite weapon. Because he'll do that crippler crossface with the part of the chair, right? He's got it locked in hard. He hasn't seen the pipe yet. Oh, Christian's fighting it. Oh, there we go. Now it's going to hurt. Does Wick know it's no DQ? He beat up Cope. See, but a father's supposed to show an example, so he doesn't want his son getting involved unless he has to. Because while it's no DQ, the referee will still send him to the back. And usually when they send him to the back, they forfeit him to the back. Oh, no. Now everybody's got the TLC chat going like crazy. Oh, yeah. Dummy, get it in there. Get in the hole. There you go. You've done it twice. You should be able to do it a third time. Oh, this is great. I love this spot. Copeland just feels such at home. Even looks like he's such at home when it comes to taking care of a ladder like that. What are you talking about, low? Come on, Excalibur. You're better than this. Is he going to seriously try the frog splash from the ladder? You notice how the referee is doing a very smart thing so that the people don't realize he's holding the ladder for him? Him and Nick are arguing at the end because Nick's trying to sneak up there to help. No, that's just to help them hold the ladder down. And the referee's got his foot on it just to, you know... Jesus! That hurt. These two are not young and still doing this? Yeah, like, they gotta be both low 50s, I do believe. Either high 40s or low 50s, one or the other. All right, I gotta send this. I'm just sending a tweet out right now about the part of the match with Christian Cage grabbing that rod. They're both 50? Oh, yeah, so. Crowd chat. Well, he's wearing the Foley flat, like he's wearing the outfit that he wore at WrestleMania 22, right? And it was a burning table that they had there. You're not going to get fire, guys. Maybe they are going to get fire. So, question for you guys. And as we're watching this, like, to me, this is a great match these two are having. All pending on how the finish comes out here. Now we've had, I think, 3 different matches where you could consider it really hardcore. Like the FTW match. We had the Battle Royal that was a little bit like this. Did you notice the FTW match had a different feel to it than this one does? And I honestly feel that this is significantly different, but it's still got that same set of rules. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Bag City. 100% it did. You can tell these two have more experience in a no DQ match. I also think that they know that they could use... Because look what they've used so far. Look what they've used throughout this match. They've used tables, ladders, and chairs. They haven't used anything else. That metal bar is off a chair, right? So they've limited themselves to these three weapons. Whoever wants the fire is just idiotic now. I love how the... Copeland with a leapfrog. Here it is. Damn! That was a shot. And a beauty, too. Well, she got her shot. Right to the back of the head. You weren't kidding about ouch. And there goes another toward labrum. You idiots, there's a table right there. Oh, Nigel is really sapping it in good. Once again, I love how he rolls up the left shoulder there. They're getting an exciting match, that's for sure. They just need Eddie Kingston to come out with the gas can here. Oh, yeah. Who would ever thought you'd see this on mainstream TV in 2023? We just need Eddie Kingston out here with a literal gas can, though. What's this lighter feud? I think the fans are yelling, holy shit, because it's only been, what? They've only been asking for this for, what, 5 years, maybe? 5, 6 years? Since the last time they've actually gotten a flaming table? Can hear the IWC losing their minds. That's why you need a gas can, not these stupid little Zippo bottles. Oh, and he did! Oh, he missed it. Well, he went through it. Part of it. Little bit. His ass got hit, didn't it? Even Turner's like cringing after that ball shot. That's funny. Crowd's still loving it because they got what they wanted. And Copeland got what he wanted. You notice they didn't give him a title back in the Fed when he came back? Yeah, match of the night for sure so far. Don't forget, we got we got 1.5 bangers left. I say half a banger because I think that main event's going to be full of shenanigans. But just remember, we have Moxley Kingston coming up next. But think of it here, like, uh-huh. Sideways. The match is over. Please tell me he nails him in the head. This is not a moment to... Please tell me he doesn't give it in. And he's just leaving? This is horse hooey. Oh, God. Please tell me this is a reversal. Anybody take some air out of the building at all? Anybody? Once again, and I love the fact that Roberts said no. He was allowed full permission to not give a response to that. And shenanigans, absolutely. And everyone hates it. It's why it's great. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how they go from here. I got a feeling there's no way that they're not going to end up in a TLC match out of this. I honestly thought it was going to be Kill Switch. I didn't think it would be... I didn't think it would be Christian getting it. Christian had an Adams year like it was 2006 and he had Cena, yeah. Yeah, I got a feeling there's going to be some way that Copeland's going to get Kill Switch away from him. For all the whistling, Adam's shortest rate, yeah, probably what, 1 minute, minute and a half? Yeah, because Remsburg's probably doing the next match with Moxley and Kingston. Captain N, you're going to love this next match here. Need to clean up the mess to get ready for this mess? Yeah, exactly. What's with the hat, Nigel? But we're going to get like 5 minutes of preview packages of this. Don't tell me what I love. You're not McG. Well, you know. Fair enough. I just think I think this will be a very enjoyable thing. For those that aren't familiar, this is the culmination of a 12-person tournament. They had 2 pools of 6 and winners move on. And Kingston came back from basically he had to win his last 3 to get in. And Moxley was the favorite going through the whole thing. I like Moxley, but not before he left WWE. Yeah, I get. Do what I say. No. I'll let him convince himself here. The other thing about this story is the fact that Eddie Kingston and Jon Moxley were tag team partners earlier in the year. And enemies. And Kingston's never gotten the real run up until this year. Because when he got to participate in the G1, he's now the New Japan Strong Openweight Champion, which New Japan Strong is basically the American division of New Japan Pro Wrestling. And he's also the Ring of Honor Heavyweight Champion, so this is the year of the King of Bums. I resemble that remark, thank you very much. But yeah, I will have to say, I like to say, because I am going to say, because I am saying, and I am talking right now, so. I do have a Regal bum. There's a lot of it to check, but yeah. Actually, no, there's none to check, because that's why my belts are always having problems. Anyway, that's something you guys didn't need to know about. Look at that shirt. Islanders colors. Gotta love it. Kingston music always reminds me of Castlevania. Absolutely. Cheap pop tea. Hey. I love having Daniel sit on commentary because he's such a... Him and Moxley were just great when they were doing commentary throughout the last couple months. It's just a love fest here. And here comes Ricky Vaughn under the bullpen. Show the 3-0 AEW record. Time to get paid, buddy. Just look at that scene. More fans now than an Islanders game? I'm only giving you a coin because I already used that one tonight. I will say this. I'll go one up on you. It's a louder crowd than any Islanders game that they've had there the last 20 years. Oh no, steal away. Please do. I appreciate people that enjoy greatness. So if anybody steals every line I have, I am more than fine with that. Granted, well, hell, between the setup here, the setup on the other streams, some of my ideas, I've ripped them off of so many other people. Like, people don't realize that there's very little originality left in wrestling these days, and in most things. Basically, the biggest thing you're doing is taking your gimmick and taking someone else's gimmick and making it your own. Love how he says, oh, we might be here till 6 tomorrow. I hope not, because I'll have to be at work in 2 hours after that. Once again, everybody, as they're making their entrances, I just want to say thank you for popping in here tonight. It's always a great time having you here tonight. Thank you, Jedi Master Grogu. Great seeing you here. It's been a fun 2023. I won't have, unless something happens, I won't be having a stream tomorrow. That is going to be a nice title. There won't be a stream tomorrow. Next stream will be Monday with starting Horizon Zero Dawn on Monday. So T.O. Eddie. Both guys in the corner just giving her all she got, but you got to know Moxley's absolutely enjoying this because, you know, he gets to put one of his best friends over. And he's got to be careful to hold out here. So nice they had a little chat before the fight. Yeah, basically, I think it was more Moxley turn around and say, just enjoy this, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's funny that Danielson's trying to say that Moxley's got to get in on Kingston. I guess that does make a little bit of sense with the fact that striking versus grappling kind of thing, right? But Kingston's not the worst at grappling either here, though. Mox is another guy who really likes wrestling. Yeah, like. Kingston's just absolutely having a ball right now. Yeah, Kingston's turning around. Yeah, you're trying to pull my hair? I got no hair. I love this with Danielson. Like, Danielson can actually sit there and actually explain things that, even though it's the guy that beat him and he called him a bum, he's managing to put him over, right? Hogan and the Warrior, WrestleMania 6, here we come. Kingston's got the height advantage, so the weight advantage is pretty close. The strength advantage I would maybe give to Moxley here. But yeah, I figured that would end up at that. How many matches left? There's just, as far as if my memory serves me right, it's this in the main event. And I got a feeling that the pay-per-view is going to run a little short on time. Because if the because of Keith Lee not being able to make it and having Dustin take the place. And that was relatively a short match. I think that might... Unless they're going to let these guys go for 40 minutes, which I don't know if they're really going to do that. Kingston with a dive and takes himself out. Jesus. It's 11 p.m. already over there. WWE usually, yeah, like, that's the thing about AEW shows. They run for the full 4 hours. Plus the preview. I'd say get yourself a coffee and get ready for this last little bit here. Well, you definitely get your money's worth. Paradigm shift right there, yeah. They talking, he hurt. But he's got a stinger right now. Well, I think if Kingston's got any kind of injury, Moxley is probably the number one guy he'd want to be in there with to guide him through this. Yeah. That's probably more than that. He's toughing it out. There's so many storylines lined up on this. Someone on Twitter just compared Copeland's first at Money in the Bank cash into tonight's. I don't know if you consider it the same thing. As far as I'm concerned, well, I guess you don't have any authority figure to come out and say he's cashing it in at this point, so. Ultimate Opportunist is one way to do it. Oh, I see what you're talking about. But there is definitely some heat going on right now. Sorry, just quickly checking a couple notes that come up on Sean Ross here, and nothing too exciting, so don't worry about that in that sense. Just like the boys did show up for Dalton Castle, stuff like that. Ow! That had some ringing effects right there. They just get mad at Mox is great, yeah. Well, he's representing the BCC. He's got to be better. Because you got to realize that for Kingston to win, he actually had to beat all three members of the BCC to get in. Don't get into a pissing contest with Eddie Kingston. Oh, my. Danielson is a national treasure on so many levels. Jesus Christ. Jesus, gravity. Let's go. You want to talk about big meaty men slapping meat? These are two guys just wanting to beat the holy crap out of each other. Oh, and Moxley's like, nope. No. Whoa. That's why I love AEW. Yeah, like, you don't see stuff like this every day. But there are some matches where these two will beat the holy bloody hell out of each other. I love watching Danielson just lose his mind right now. And Moxley's just like, no more. Oh, we're going to do a 4-quarter spot with it? That's cool. Oh, this is amazing. And out of nowhere. And out of nowhere. And out of nowhere. Oh, man, these guys are just dropping bombs. This is like when you're playing No Mercy or something, and you set the game up to have infinite finishes or infinite signatures, so you just bam, 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 bam. There's the bulldog choke the other way. Now he's got the leg grapevine. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. You don't go down 3 times with Kingston. You got to love how gravity works out of in that spot. It's all it takes, one shot. It's going to take more than one shot, but it could take one. Just anything out of nowhere could finish this up here. One thing I'll say about the Shield. One thing I'll say. I really gotta get out of that habit. When it comes to the members of the Shield, Moxley, Reigns, Rollins, they're the kings of the 2.99999 kick out. Three knees and then just a walloping clothesline. My God, this is beautiful. Reigns still wrestles? Yeah, I'll be perfectly frank. After SummerSlam, I really could care less about what Reigns is doing now. I gave it till after SummerSlam to get the ship back in order after Cody lost. And it just, that ship is... Don't get me wrong, Reigns does a lot of great things, but he's not the person that's going to make me flip over my TV anymore. You can hear the crowd as well, yeah, You gotta love the headbutts when you hit your own hand there so closely, right? But he got the right angle, so you really didn't see it. That won't come up. This is a New Japan Strong match. Here we go. Wow! Wow! I did not expect that as a finish. Thank you, McGee. I appreciate that. I did not expect that as a finish. But I love it. Yeah, he was basically eliminated, for lack of a better anything there. Nobody's out there to present the titles. Jesus. Oh, man, that was awesome. That was an awesome match to end this tournament. Got his first two. Now he's got to get one more here. Continental Crown Champion. Just like, you gotta admit, Eddie Kingston, like, I'm really gonna hesitate to say this because this might bite me in the ass later. But in many respects, I see a lot of Dusty Rhodes in Eddie Kingston. Just for the fact that everybody's behind him so much. Everybody, like, he's the common man that everybody wants to be around. Every time Eddie Kingston speaks, everybody wants to listen to him. He's such a legit guy. And this crowd is exactly it. Oh, man. This moment with these two guys, like... So many titles now. So basically, this gives Kingston right to be on Eddie's show. Such respect for Kingston. He's just such a... You can tell that he's one of those that... He's a legit champ. Like, he's a legit man in wrestling. Yeah, and I appreciate Danielson there just simply saying this was a great match. Overall, the Continental Classic, one of the best. This might be one of the best things to come out this year. A lot of people are crapping on. A lot of people did not expect anything to come out of this. Why are you doing this tournament? We can't understand the rules. Blah, blah, blah. This might have been one of the best things to come out of AEW in 2023. So, yeah, this is like... Yeah, the belt could easily be a yearly thing. I think it also gives you a free pass into the tournament. It makes it that prestigious that you want to get into it, and that gets you the free shot into it. FTR at House of Black next Saturday. Giddy freaking up. All right, main event time. Quarter after 11 your time, quarter after 9 mine. And when I say your time, most people watching are at Eastern right now. This has turned out to be... So, going into our main event, what did you think of the show tonight overall? Once again, it had a real clunky start, in my opinion. The last few matches have turned out really well. The TBS Championship match was pretty good. The TNT Championship matches were pretty decent. This Continental Classic was absolutely phenomenal. I know earlier on in the card we had a few hiccups there. Like, I was really disappointed in Willow and Chris Statlander. I love them both to death, but that was just not a good match. And then, like even to open the card, the first 8-man tag just didn't feel comfortable being out there for a lot of it. Riho and Tony Storm. Tony Storm won eventually there, and a lot of the it just didn't feel. It just didn't feel like it got out of first gear in many ways. A lot of the early matches. That after we got rid of the bullshit with Jericho there, looks like things started to pick up rather well. Now we got the main event here coming up, which I honestly think there's going to be a lot of shenanigans in this match. But if I'm going to have MJF in there with an injury that I want somebody to take care of me, Joe might be one of those guys that probably one of the best ones to do it. And as somebody's mentioning in a certain chat group, now we get to find out that Vince McMahon's the devil. If that's the case, make sure you follow me on Threads at MikeTheRef_ or TikTok at MikeTheRef_ because if that happens, there will not be an X left tomorrow. Like that program will melt down overnight. But, yeah, just to give you guys a heads up on the schedule coming up next week, since we're doing the introductions for the main event here, and this is a tradition on our Dynamites. Monday, New Year's Day, probably around 9 Eastern, 7 Mountain. Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm trying a brand new game out. Tuesday is going to be hit or miss. If it is going to come up, it's probably going to be about 11 Eastern and 11 Eastern, 9 Mountain, maybe with some fighting games or some baseball. Hey, Parrish. But yeah, Wednesday we'll be back with AEW Dynamite as well. So they'll censor this, but they won't censor some of the stuff they said on the pay-per-view. So we got a feeling MJF's winning tonight. Wouldn't surprise me either. Like, but here's the thing, McG. This could also be the thing. This could be the thing to try to get you to feel like he's going to win. And that's perfect. Remember what I said before the show or earlier on? Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I'd be surprised if Andrade's still in the building right now. But we were talking about this earlier. Like, there's going to be a lot of smoke and mirrors in here to try to convince us that MJF's going to win. Or there's so many different things going on. Whether the devil shows up, whether the devil's something else. Most magical place in the world. You can take a look at his eyes here. Like, this means a lot to him. This in Long Island, they're as bad as Philly fans. They'll burn the building to the ground. Honestly, it's the old building of the Islanders. So if it burns to the ground, the city of Long Island might actually be thankful for it in a way. But yeah, I expect this to be... It'll be serviceable, but I gotta feel there's gonna be a lot of shenanigans involved. But once again, like, Friedman's working hurt right now. Joe is probably one of the best guys to have in there to work with him. But once again, as MJF said in his letter in the Players Tribune, another night where it's supposed to be all about him, and hopefully by the end of the night it is. Win or lose, I hope it's about him and not about the bullshit that's happening with a lot of the other wrestlers outside this one. I think with a torn labrum, you can still do it until it flares up inside. It's amazing how the look on MJF's face there. And Joe's just sitting there in the corner. It's like, yep, soak this up, Max. This is all on you. It's been a long journey for you, my friend. Oh, we got a special appearance tonight. Yeah, the more that Joe's arguing about this, the more I feel that he might be the devil. Is it now that we find out that Cole was never hurt? I'd love to see the work on this. If that's the case, it's next level storytelling, yeah. And that's a thing that TK doesn't get enough credit for, I feel. All right, here we go. So they got half an hour to get this in. With Joe's history, I don't think MJF would mind losing to him. No. I would love to see Joe go all the way to Double or Nothing. If Joe could keep the title until Double or Nothing for me, it would be absolutely perfect. You get Swerve to take the title off Joe there, and then you get Swerve versus Ospreay in London. You do that match, I think it'd be perfect storytelling, perfect everything. Betrayed, battered by Samoa Joe on this week's Dynamite. I love how they're just doing little details. And everybody just booing the place out for Rebsberg. That's great. I do like the new graphics that they do. Similar to stuff I did, but, you know, not that I want to brag or anything. I gotta love this crowd. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans here. But I still expect a decent match here because it's the thing about that Southern style that MJF works. It's a little slower. It's a little more methodical. It's a little more space-based here. It sort of helps. It sort of helps take the pain off for a little bit. I'm sure he's having some painkillers on right now. Uh-oh. Never run into a corner on Joe. Ever. 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 MJF needs Midol. Joe's got a little extra pop in his step here right now. Whether it's verbal jabs, whether it's physical jabs, he is all over it tonight, Joe. Vintage Joe. Not Vintage Joe. He usually goes for a senton there, or a... Goes for a senton, but instead he went for the leg drop. You can tell he's really changed his game based on he needs to. All right, here we go. Vintage Joe. And the senton on the arm. That's actually pretty cool. The way he set that up there. Yeah. What's going to stop you from... Oh, I guess the crowd curses more than you do. It's not just the head, but the shoulder as well. Got out of it. Nice little low bridge there. Like I said, we're getting a nice slow pace. We're getting deliberate. You can see the bruising under the brace. Yeah, definitely. Let's go over the quick covers. He's trying to get some circulation back into that arm. He actually got that arm above his head. Oh, God. That bruising is not pretty. Well, that did work. Yeah, that was not smart. Oh, my. And even Joe's looking like, damn you, dumb. Everybody doing their best Roderick Strong impression out there. Like I said, it's really cool to watch this. Just the fact that, you are working with a guy that is hurt and he's able to work through it properly. It reminds me a lot of Cody Rhodes and Hell in a Cell. I think that's probably the biggest comparison you could do right now. The only thing is, if MJF wins, when does he defend the title next? Does it go all the way to Revolution? And what does that do for Samoa Joe? Because basically his entire story is he threw away the TV championship at ROH just so he could get a shot at the world title. Or that he could focus on the world title, sorry. It just makes way too much sense to have... Oh, look out. Oh, no. That's gotta hurt extra. Straight jacket right on the shoulder. All these little heel tactics just work out just perfectly for him here. Not bad. It's only been a 3-can pay-per-view here tonight. Oh no, Joe's just going to muscle bust. He's going to pile drive him right into the apron. Oh no. Oh, he's done. Cole's face is priceless. Why would you want to? Jesus. Dead carcass in the ring. Finish. This kickout's going to be monumental. Came right down that shoulder. Really well done match so far. Nothing too crazy, nothing too stupid, but telling a good story here. And the constant thought of having Adam Cole on the outside. And I still say I want to see Britt Baker get on the screen as the... Oh, Parrish, thank you for contributing to the How the Ref Would Book challenge. Where are we at now? Almost 17,000, so we're just about 10% there. You know, it's about the devil. I mean, boom, yeah. I still wish it was Baker and that Cole did not know about. That's been the story I've been running with for the last few weeks here. Smoke myself a final whiskey for the night and use the ice ball kit that came with it. Nice. So if you're coming in late, a couple of the guys here have a couple drink smokers. I'm learning more about smoking my Manhattans and whatnot, so you don't just learn about wrestling here, you learn about culture as well. See, if this was the TBS title match, that'd be legal right now. He really wants to hit this kangaroo kick, and Joe's not going to have any of it. That ice ball maker's so good, makes giant balls. I'll just leave that there for that one. The hell? No, I didn't think so. That makes a lot of more sense. That's a way to change things up. Oh my God, are you going to hit the heat seeker here still? The amount of wrestlers who came out with that sport tape on them means it's not they want to use it, but because it's a spot. No, actually. It just means the style of wrestling here is rough. Because it's always been a different kind of tape. It's not always the same company. I get what you're thinking. It makes sense. If some KT company would be smart, they'd actually work on a sponsorship with AEW, but as of right now, they don't have one. He's going over the top on this one. Oh no. That's actually really smart. He's using some of his wrist tape instead. That's actually pretty ingenious. Now this is rough. At least this crowd's right on cue for when it comes to need to cheer, right? I always love the fact that, you know, they're there and they're just I don't know if I can get there. Oh yeah, there we go. I'd rather have them like this than just reach back and get it, because they don't have a little, like, the sense of balance is a little off. The crowd's still back in their FU Joe chants. Yep, there we go. You bit him. Oh. Welcome to Shenanigans 101, folks. No way. No way. Oh, yeah, Bank City. I think he's both. Think MJF is tough or stupid? I think he's both. F5, F5, F5. No, this is where it happens. This is where it happens. Come on, Shenanigans, let's go. Visual cover. He doesn't have it. Yeah, this might be it. Gotta admit, this is a hell of a story here they're telling. I got a feeling Remsburg just didn't believe that it would actually happen. Do we classify that as a ref? What? That just felt weird. Like Remsburg, like you should have reacted a little bit sooner on that. Do you blame the crowd? That was a. All right, the rest of this show better be smart. If it fades to black, if this fades to black on this, never seen a chokeout. Usually it's a 2-arm drop followed by a yeah, exactly. Oh, that's what happens in Long Island, right? Please, Cole, don't hit. Cole hits him. Whoa. Okay. What? Like, this is going weird. Uh-huh. Pretty much where we all expected it to be. Pretty much where we expected them all to be. Who's ready for some damn story time? Well, he was right. It all started when Cole did the stabbing in the back pat. Yeah. Number one rule in wrestling storytelling. So the obvious answer is usually the best one. Do you know how much of a mega babyface MJF's going to be when he gets back? But it's nice to see the Kingdom get some gold. Cole's injury just made him pivot a bit. Yeah, it just gave him a little bit more time. Truth be known, when I was reading that little email before the match, I knew that there was going to be a reveal tonight. The original plan for this was to have the Devil announced at the around World's End, if not at the show, regardless of what happened before. Just going to turn the TV off here for a second. But yeah, the plan was to show this all off at the show. Nobody announced who it was going to be or had any thought. But if you think about it, like, McGee, you're perfectly right here. Cole's injury made him pivot a bit. And it all started when Cole did the stabbing in the back. Like, the biggest thing right now, let's go on two assumptions here. Let's throw it in two different ways here. One, MJF is signed for a while. If MJF is signed for a while, he goes off, nurses his injury, comes back. He is the biggest babyface at AEW coming back. If what happened before didn't do it, this solidified it now. And if he can get back in time, can you imagine the stakes of that match at Wembley if they do MJF Cole 2? That would be, yeah, that would be a little bit all right in the words of Chris Parrish. Now, say his contract's done. He beat him up and sent him out of the company I don't know if that's going to give you the same kind of stash here. It's all about the WTF. No, in many ways, this makes sense. And this makes Wednesday must watch. This makes Wednesday must watch because there's going to be some sort of explanation for this. Because I can't see Adam Cole not explaining what happens. It's going to be interesting to see how many people show up in the chug streams on this and how much the moderators are going to have to do some work. Because that's going to be a pretty... it's going to be pretty dicey for him for the next while. Like, that's what happens when you have. I honestly can't see him. I could. I don't think he should right now after what happened tonight. I think he's going to be the white-hot babyface that carries this company for years if it gets booked like this. And see what they do to come back. And basically, MJF has to do the same set of trials that he made everybody else do to get to Adam Cole. Like I could see in many parts, and I actually did see this in a report here, that they're saying Adam Cole is a very safe play. I just think it's the smartest play. I think there's a lot to this, especially now that this is a way that you can find Adam Cole on a way to a title, which I think might be... There might be a possibility of him getting a title shot at All Out, not All In. Because I still think my trajectory is still the same. Samoa Joe, Swerve Strickland, Will Ospreay. And I still say that that's probably going to be where it runs through here. And it sucks a little bit for the fact that Samoa Joe has gotten his first major championship and it got overshadowed in about 3 minutes. I'm sure that's going to change once he shows up on Wednesday, and that's going to change in a real hurry. Because Joe commands a room when he gets involved. But I have to say, like, tonight's card, like, the back half of the card was absolutely excellent. Like, for all the storytelling and whatnot, that last match held up really well. The TNT Championship held up really well. That Continental Classic final, like, you can't bookmark that any better. The TBS Championship was hella fun. Then before that, there were some clunks. Let's put it that way. It wasn't the best, but it was serviceable, but you could tell there's definitely some problems there. Based on the crowd reaction, I hope TK maybe gives Jericho a few weeks off, if not a few months off, if not a longer stretch than that. Because that match went from your basic heel versus face match to, yeah, nobody wants to deal with Jericho whatsoever right now. So either they turn him heel or they get rid of him for a while. And I think it's best maybe that he sits on the sidelines for a while. The IWC won't like it unless they hear an actual firing going on. But if he's not there, and sort of like how Jungle Boy's not there right now, I think I want to see things go through due course the way they're supposed to be. Let's put it that way for that. Miro and El Idolo was pretty decent for the two of them, especially with El Idolo if he is truly running out the door. And if he shows up on Raw on Monday, fine. It's a lot better match than I would expect from somebody that's heading out the door. I didn't think somebody would give that much of an effort. But, Miro looked great. The whole story of wanting to make my husband look better, which we're probably going to get more details on Saturday on Collision. That was a nice pickup there as well. And yeah, the eight-man leftover match, I believe, is the best way I would put it. The leftovers from the Continental Classic. It was a serviceable match. It wasn't it managed to get Garcia over again a little bit more, which seemed to be the main story coming out of the tournament outside of Kingston, is the fact that Garcia was just not getting it, and then he got it too late when he got that win over Brody King. And you have the other story of Jay Lethal there taking another fall, and then after the match, you had Sanjay just ripping Lethal a new you-know-what. So, yeah, other than that, the pre-show matches, the FTW title match was okay. The promo before it, no, Wheeler's got to work on that. Statlander and Willow, I expect a lot more out of those two. I'll be frank. That finish for Willow looked similar to how they had to change the like they had to change the final in the Monet match, except this one wasn't clean. And yeah, it didn't look good. And then that opening match, the 20-man battle royal, good enough, played the storyline going into the TNT title match. And yeah, time to push the new stars in 2024. I think we're going to get to the point where the people that are signed are going to get pushed a little bit more. And we're going to see what free agency really does, because I feel after 2024, rosters are going to be locked in for, like, not every person, of course, but for the majority of the rosters are going to get locked in probably for at least 3-4 years, if not 5, because it appears that WWE's looking to get 5-year deals for their top stars. I can't see Tony Khan not going for 5, if not 4, a lot more at this point. But yeah, like, try to push things to make them, like, right now you got Eddie Kingston that's like over like Grover. Emphasis on the women, push your mid-card better, and take your time with the main event seed. Yeah, I've always said that the women's division deserves more of a spotlight, but I also have felt like the Ken Holland theory of producing talent, and not the way that he's doing it with the Oilers. Forgive me for that. But back when he was with the Wings, you over-ripen your talent, make sure they're absolutely ready to go, so when they come to the main scene, there is no doubt that they're dominating, and they're starting to get to it like that. Yes, I said over like Grover. Yes, JJ, I love that phrase once in a while because I'm old and I like old phrases. But I feel that the women's division will get a little bit more of an emphasis, and I still feel after the announcement that came up today, we might still see Sasha Banks in the Rumble. There might be a chance, even though Sean Ross Sapp saying things that fell apart, that could be a red herring. Who knows? But, like, hell, things fell apart with Punk, and then all of a sudden, a week before Survivor Series, they picked back up. So nobody really knows what's exactly going on. I could see if the women's division gets a little bit more face time as things pick up, I could see them picking up Monet. I really do. I feel that she would be a great injection. Of course, you got to remember you're going to get you also have Jamie Hayter coming back as well. You got Britt Baker on the back burner right now, healing up from her back injuries. You got women on the bench that could do the work. You had a promo for Serena Deeb tonight coming back. You got Thunder Rosa, who made her debut last week on Collision. You're starting to get some more pieces that are fitting together here, and I got a feeling we're going to get a lot more. I think we're going to get a lot more exposure on the women's side. She'll be Mercedes Moné, yeah. You know what? Good on her if she is. Who knows? It's WWE. Who knows what they're going to do, to be perfectly honest. They're willing to work in different ways. I would laugh if they used the same music, but they just used the Mercedes Moné name. But whichever. But yeah, a lot of their homegrown stars, they do need to emphasize a little bit. They're going to be without Darby for a little bit, just because he's going to climb Mount Everest. I don't know exactly when that's happening. I'm assuming it's probably going to be after March. They need more exposure and time to develop storylines. Yeah, but here's the thing, Parrish. This is what I was trying to say here. Right now, we're at a point now where all these contracts are coming up. We got to figure out who's going to be here and who's not. Because I think there's going to be a lot of people that's taken off this roster. When we're sitting here for World's End 2024, I have a feeling this roster is going to look very different from what it does now. You're going to have your same baseline of talents, but there's going to be a lot of different interchangeable parts right now. And like when you got Jamie Hayter, like I said, Jamie Hayter coming in, you got Jungle Boy somewhere in here that I'm assuming he's probably going to fit back in here somewhere. Then, like I said, you got free agents all over, whether it be for the AEW side, whether it be for TNA, whether it be for WWE. It's going to be fun to see which pieces go to which places. And tonight wasn't exactly the most shining example of the potential for AEW in many respects, but in many ways it was. Because the back half of that card was pretty excellent. And you look at guys like MJF, Eddie Kingston, Julia Hart, Abaddon, that were a part of that. And you could tell that the future is very bright for those characters as well. Those characters and the stuff that they do in the match. AEW and a lot of their stars are still so young. Exactly. Like there is time where they're going to need to grow. And a lot of people, they expect everything to happen now. And when you do that, you end up with the Toronto Raptors losing to the Pistons today. You expect so much growth that all of a sudden you don't get it, and then you help someone end the longest losing streak in the NBA. Well, it's tied for the longest one ever. So that's a nice tie-in, I hope, for what we were talking about here. But I like to see things develop. I like to see things overdevelop before they come out. I don't mind the safe plays because, well, it's easier to follow along for a lot of casual fans. And it's also like everybody wants to be shocked once in a while. And then when you have a lot of these constant things that happen that are like just regular carry-on items, when you have one of those that pop up like this that are really shocking, it just means that much more. And that's my thought on it. 97% of your booking should be as you would probably expect. That just makes that 3% look even sweeter.